We are good to go with the meeting, Chris. It's all yours.
Do we have John and Wendy? Do they need their cameras on?
So we have all committee members present.
Okay. All right. Welcome to the October 24th, 2025 California Board of Behavioral Sciences Policy and Advocacy Committee meeting. My name is Chris Jones, and I'm the chairperson of the committee. Before we convene, I would like to remind everyone present that the board is a consumer protection agency charged with administering and enforcing the board's laws. While protection of the public is inconsistent, where protection of the public is inconsistent with other interests sought to be promoted, the protection of the public shall be paramount. The committee will meet by teleconference in accordance with Government Code Section 11123.5. Committee members will participate remotely from private non-public sites. The public may participate remotely or in person at DCA headquarters at 1747 North Market Boulevard, Suite 186, Sacramento, California, 95834. I will announce when we are accepting public comment on the various issues, and the meeting moderator will open the lines as appropriate. Each commentator will have, Steve says 3, but don't we typically do 2?
Yeah. We're doing 3 yes, 3 right now.
We're doing 3, okay. Each commentator will have 3 minutes to comment. Moderator, would you please provide the audience with instructions on how they may participate during the meeting at the appropriate times?
Absolutely. As stated, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak, and I'll give you a 15-second warning before your time expires. To make a comment when the time comes, we're going to ask that people raise their hands by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users will need to dial *3. We're showing instructions on the screen now, and we'll show them again when the time comes. Back to you, Chair.
All right, thank you. I would now like to call the meeting to order and ask Christina to take roll call to establish a quorum.
Good morning. Chris Jones.
Present, LEP member and chair.
Wendy Strack.
Present, public member.
Kelly Ranasinghe.
Present, public member.
John Sovek.
Present, LMFT, pronouns he, him.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Christina. Board staff, would you please introduce yourselves?
Steve Sodergren, the Executive Officer of the Board of Behavioral Sciences.
Roseanne Helms, Legislative Manager for the board.
Sarita Ganaway, Board Counsel. Sarita Risso, Special Projects and Research Analyst for the board.
And that's it.
Thank you. Now it's time for the public to introduce themselves if they would like. This is voluntary. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to introduce themselves? Do you have anyone in the, oh, there we go.
Sorry, yes.
Hello, Shanti Ezrin, California Association of Marriage and Family Therapists.
That's it. In-house.
Is there anyone online that would like to introduce themselves? Moderator.
Good morning, Ben Caldwell, MFT.
And that's our only request online.
All right, thank you, moderator. First agenda item is discussion and possible approval of the July 31st, 2025 committee meeting minutes. Does any member wish to remove or edit any items from the consent calendar? Okay. Then can I is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I'll motion to approve, Chair.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
John Sovek, second.
All right, thank you. Are there any comments from our in-person attendees?
None in-house.
Are there any comments from those that are online, moderator?
We have a motion and a second on the floor. Please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 if you wish to make a comment. We're going to take just a few more seconds to see if we have a request for public comment on WebEx. We have a comment from Stephanie Grabler. Hold on just a moment, please. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Good morning. This is Stephanie Gabriel. I'm in California as well, and I'm grateful to be here. I'm a licensed MFT. Grateful for your time so that I can hear everything that's up to date with the BBS. That's all I had to say. Licensed MFT, Stephanie Gabriel. Grateful to be able to be here online. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that was our only request online.
All right, thank you, moderator. Christina, would you please take the vote?
Chris Jones,
Yes.
Kelly Ronasinghe,
Yes.
John Sovek,
Yes.
Wendy Strack.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Christina. Next on the agenda is the discussion and possible recommendation to make recommendations regarding possible amendments to the required notice to consumers. Roseanne, would you please provide us with the overview?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. We've had some feedback regarding a bill that the board sponsored a year ago that we have a couple of possible unintended consequences. So we wanted to bring it back for further discussion. And the bill in question is SB 1024, which was passed in 2024, and it became effective in 2025. And it updated the procedures for licensees and registrants of the board to provide their license or registration information to clients. The change was prompted because with the increasing use of telehealth, it made the physical display of a license in a traditional office setting impractical in cases in which telehealth is being used in many cases. And so the board decided to update its display of license requirements. And so instead of requiring license at the primary place of practice in all instances, we amended the law to only require the display of the license at the primary place of practice if services are delivered in person. And then, in addition, because of that, to ensure that clients are given access to their therapist's license information, the bill also requires licensees and registrants in all cases to, in the required notice to consumers, provide their full name as filed with the board, license number or registration number, the license or registration type, and the expiration date. And so this must be given to clients prior to initiating psychotherapy services. And the intent is to ensure transparency while minimizing administrative burden to the licensees. Since the law's enactment, there have been two concerns that have emerged. Number one, safety concerns for those working with incarcerated populations. We've heard from quite a few individuals who work in the prison system or with incarcerated populations who have expressed concern that disclosing their full name and license number on a piece of paper might pose a safety risk to themselves and their families. These individuals are particularly vulnerable to harassment or retaliation, and they state that mandatory disclosure of this identifying information could exacerbate these risks. Because of this direct feedback and the serious safety concerns, staff committed to bringing these concerns to today's meeting. The other issue that's been subject of questions and a little bit of confusion is exactly when the notice must be provided. The law states that the notice must be provided prior to initiating psychotherapy services. So questions have arisen whether the intent is to provide the notice only when actual psychotherapy is being conducted or when any activities within the scope of practice of the licensee's profession, such as assessments, consultations, or supervision, are provided. In looking at the Board of Psychology's requirements, they also, because they also may have licensees that work in similar circumstances, they also have disclosure requirements. Psychologists are subject to Business and Professions Code Section 680.5, which our particular board is not subject to. They must provide their name, license type, and highest degree earned in either writing at the initial office visit or prominently displayed in an area visible to patients in the office. So that doesn't really hasn't really been updated to account for telehealth yet either. I think everybody's kind of in the process of doing that. The law does include an exemption for certain facilities licensed under Health and Safety Code 1250 and 1265. So these exemptions, it's a really broad net. It includes general acute care hospitals, psychiatric hospitals, correctional treatment centers, and nursing facilities. So that's a little bit broader of who is exempted from that. So the purpose of today's discussion, we want to have a discussion and provide direction on whether further legislative or regulatory clarification is needed. Some things to consider: should the board consider exemptions or alternative disclosure methods for licensees working in high-risk environments such as correctional settings? If so, how would we concisely define these settings so that it was easily understood by everybody? Additionally, how should the board balance safety and privacy of practitioners with the rights of vulnerable populations to be informed about identity and credentials of their provider? And then the second question, should the law or accompanying guidance clarify whether the disclosure requirement applies only to psychotherapy or to all professional activities within the licensee's scope of practice? So a few different possible options for discussion in looking around and doing kind of a little bit of research in other states. There is a possibility that the board could decide to change the required notice, what's included there, to just the license number and only provide a lookup. That way the direct name and is not directly provided. Another thing that is a possibility is there is a provision that applies to some DCA healing arts in section 680, where there's some language in there that says the employing entity or agency has discretion to make an exemption for individual safety or therapeutic concerns. So some language like that is a possibility as well, but we wanted to start the discussion and see where we want to go from there. So with that, I will open it up to the board.
So Roseanne, I have a question. How do, if someone is incarcerated and they're receiving psychotherapy services, how is the therapist required to identify themselves currently?
My understanding is, and we have some people here today that are going to speak to that, I believe. My understanding is either they use initials or just a first name or maybe just a last name currently.
Okay.
And following up on that, this is John Sovak. Roseanne, because I have no expertise in this particular form of therapy to this population, is it possible, Chris, that we could invite, you just mentioned there's some people in the audience who have maybe more expertise, to at least share with us a little bit to help me with my discussion? Because otherwise I'm just kind of making blind comments. Chris, would that be possible?
Yes, absolutely. That's a great suggestion.
Yes, we do have somebody in the audience here, and it's possible we have somebody online. So if you'd like to take public comment first, and then we can circle back to the board discussion, if that works for everyone.
That works. Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, then we'll go ahead and call our in-person audience member up to speak first.
Good morning. Can you hear me now? Okay. My name is Leah Clater, and as of April this year, I'm a licensed clinical social worker. I'm here today to respectfully urge this board to consider an amendment to SB 1024. In traditional clinical settings, this requirement makes perfect sense. It ensures transparency and empowers clients to hold us accountable, values completely aligned with the Social Work Code of Ethics I proudly uphold. However, in settings like mine, this policy carries serious risks. I work in a county jail in an inpatient psychiatric unit serving individuals charged with everything. These are felony defendants found incompetent to stand trial. Our court-ordered program is to restore their competency so they can return to court and face their charges. When people ask me about my job, I tell them I meet my patients twice. The first time, I'm not meeting Mr. Joe. I'm meeting untreated or undertreated schizophrenia, ASPD, psychosis, bipolar disorder. Their serious mental illnesses and addictions govern their thoughts and actions. Their minds are on fire. After weeks of treatment, when and if the fog begins to lift, I finally get to meet the person behind the illness. And I share this to say I love this work. I chose it. And though I spend my days inside a jail, I feel safe because I'm supported by trained, large officers, secure facilities, safety protocols. But when I go home, my safety depends on one more thing: anonymity. My patients don't know what city I live in or who my family is, or even if I have a family. I'm simply Miss Leah, the mental health lady. If I'm continued to be required to share my full name and license number, I lose that final layer of protection. That information can easily lead to my address, despite me having a PO box number. For individuals with psychiatric and legal instability, this creates real danger, not just for me, but for my family. I still remember a patient who once threatened to find and harm one of our team members after release. Thankfully, that patient only knew his first name. So I didn't come here just to complain. I came here with a suggestion and one possible solution. Use the in-house grievance system already established in locked facilities. These allow inmate patients to file complaints safely and anonymously. Once a grievance is filled, the investigating
15
body
seconds.
can access the clinician's full information as needed. This approach preserves both patient rights and clinician safety. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to continuing this conversation as we work together to build a more safe, thoughtful implementation of this law.
Thank you so much. That was very helpful.
Chris, may I ask, are we allowed to ask questions to interact with our speaker?
Yes, absolutely.
So, Miss
We want to
Leah.
make informed decisions, right?
Sorry?
Miss
I said we
Leah.
want to make informed decisions, so please go ahead and ask your
Decisions
question.
are good. Go
Yeah.
ahead, ask me.
So this is John Sobek, LMFT member. And I was curious, do your clients who are incarcerated sign any type of informed consent for treatment?
When I do the intake paperwork, I give them verbal. I do it verbally. And I ask for clarification, and then I document that. Do you understand what I shared about informed consent? Do you understand? Do you know my name? Do you know? And then I document that they understood those things.
So there is no signature or paperwork trail from your client's point. It's all documented in your notes?
Correct.
And with the organization you work with, because I'm assuming you're not just doing this by yourself, does the organization keep track of those records, and then that becomes the file with that as the informed consent in the file?
Yes. Well, I take my notes them in our electronic system, and that becomes official documentation for them in their jail medical records.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have for right now. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, Kelly.
How's your client giving informed consent if he's incompetent?
Exactly. We do our best to explain who we are. their rights. We do our best to explain where they. One thing that I offer my patients is, hey, if you forget anything that I just said, let's talk again. I do run a psychoeducation group every afternoon with our patients. And these are the things that I bring up in group so that everybody can hear and know who I am. We introduce again our team members. We we introduce our purpose. I just do my best to continue to reintroduce myself. I have a badge with my name on it. We do our best to educate them and
Okay.
document that when we do it.
And that documentation is held by the facility, or is it held by you?
It is held by the facility.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
So this is John Sova again. I am now a little confused. Documentation is held by the county jail facility, or are you working for the county or are you working for an external organization?
I work for an external organization. I work under the Department of State Hospitals. We're a vendor for the Department of State Hospitals that works in the county jail.
I got you.
So there are two sets of records that are being held?
Two sets of the information that I provide into our electronic record system is accessed by county and also accessed by county like medical facility, and I'm sorry, the county like medical providers, and also by the Department of State Hospitals.
Okay. And I do want to let you know, this is not hot seat gotcha questioning. This is actually me trying to find information. So I want you to know, I'm not trying to set up some trap or something. I really want to let you know. I just need information.
Sure.
Okay.
And I as well. If that question came out as sharp, I was just thinking about it, and I apologize. I did not mean it to come out as sharp.
That's okay.
Any other questions from our committee members?
Yeah, I have a question, sort of on the patient complaint side. I have no experience. I'm not a therapist. I'm a public member, and have no experience either providing therapy or being in a jail setting. But I imagine there is some sort of complaint process within the jail setting. So if there is a patient who, you know, by some chance ends up with a provider who's not acting in their best interest. I think you mentioned there is a process for that. Can you, to the extent you know about it, not that you're an expert at all things that happen inside a jail, but to the extent that you have, what does that complaint process look like? Because I think I'm just coming at it from the perspective of making sure that the patients have a way of communicating if there's anything happening that they're not comfortable with.
Yeah, absolutely. There are several ways that a patient inmate could receive support. And again, the suggestion that I brought this morning was one of many solutions that could be implemented. There is an in-house system called the grievance system. Upon arrival, the patients are given a little book from the county, which has that process laid out. In and around our units all over the jail, there are posted directions on how to file a grievance and a complaint. It's anonymous, it's safe. There's several steps that they can use. They can use a 1-800 number. They can have their families call a 1-800 number. They can, I think it's called star 93 that they can dial and talk to somebody and file a complaint. So there's a already set in-house grievance system that they may use. And my small suggestion was, if and when someone were to file a grievance, then we can disclose our full name and our license number for them to follow up with the board. So there's already a system in place. They fill out a form and it's put in a box on our unit, and the sergeant comes by and he picks up those grievances and he addresses them one by one. And I think that those things go into their jail records. I'm pretty sure they go into their jail records and they're dealt with within a jail. So in a nutshell, that's what someone could do if they needed help for anything.
Okay.
You know, working with staff, it's for anything. They can use that system to then say, hey, you know, this therapist did or said something ridiculous and I need help. And then the county can go, okay, here's her name, here's how to file a formal complaint. But giving it to them outright, like I said earlier, there is wisdom in that.
Yeah, I totally understand the safety concerns there. You're definitely working with a population that you know, it's probably somewhat unpredictable. I just wanted to make sure that there's a way for them to seek help if something has happened, because you never know. There could be somebody who's not acting in their best interest, and
For sure.
I just want to make sure there's a way for them to deal with that.
I just thinking as well, there's also two other ways. There are sick call slips that they can fill out to speak to a medical provider, and there's also a program slip that they can fill out. These are green and white slips that that they have access to every day, that can be turned into someone other than me, someone other than the mental health clinician, that can address whatever concern that they may have. So there's actually three things that they can, 3 ways to alert someone that they need support, that they need help, or they want to make a complaint.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Any further, John?
Yeah, this is John Sovek, LMFT again. Just to follow up on this system of reporting, is there currently in place a system that does cross-reference to your agency if a complaint is made? So if they go through any of those steps you've decided, you said like the person on the ward would look at it and then handle stuff, or they call the number, the star 9893, I forget. And is there already a system in place that would automatically send this over to your system or the provider systems with other organizations, to the best of your knowledge?
Not that I know of, no. That's what my suggestion was, is to tuck that into the grievance system that's already in place, so that if they do file a complaint about programs, vendors who come in and support this population, they can, that will afford them access to my full name.
And I just want to remind you guys that the topic of discussion is making recommendations regarding possible amendments to the required notice to consumers. And we're getting a little bit off topic, which is not consistent with Bagley-Keene. So can we please move back to that topic? Thank you.
So this is John Sovek. Just I want to respond to that. As I said at the beginning, this is not a system I have knowledge of. And so what I'm trying to do is understand before I'm trying to make any recommendations just blind. That's actually why my questions are specifically asking about how the system is currently working.
Yes, John, I understand. That's why I let it go a little bit. But it's also asking about a system for which she's not in charge of. And there are multiple other agencies that are involved within the grievance process. And so I don't want her also talking out of turn.
Mr. What was your name?
Amit Sovek, one online.
Mr. Sovek?
Yes.
Come visit us. Come visit us, please. Come visit us. Roseanne has my information, and I'd love to have you come by and show you what we see and do.
Thank you.
All right. Kelly, did you have another question?
I just think this discussion, because it has a lot of privacy overtones and constitutional overtones, and we have to sort of balance the we're balancing privacy interests with safety interests with the rights of incarcerated populations. It's a really complicated discussion. I think we might want to put this out either to the full board for more significant public comment from agencies, or have a representative of Department of State hospitals as well as the incarcerated population here. I don't know. That's just my thoughts. It's a really long discussion.
No, I agree, Kelly. I think we've all been pretty clear that we have very limited knowledge of this system. Completely understand the safety concerns and do not want to minimize those. But then, we're also in charge of, consumer protection. So with
Yeah.
that being said, if we don't have enough information about what the system is and how those consumers are protected, I don't know that we can make an informed decision or recommendation without further information.
Oh, I agree.
And that
Yeah.
so it's not so let's get comments from the public, and then we can kind of circle back to if that helps or if we need more information. So thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you all very much. I will say this. This is a requirement now, and we're doing this now. And so if we keep moving the goalpost for a solution or resolution, it's the toothpaste out of the tube. We can't put it back in. So thank you.
Roseanne, on that note, any changes to this would have to go through the legislative process. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that I understand the concerns expressed and this significant safety concerns that she has shared, but whether we act today, we would still have to go through the legislative process to change the bill. So that would be probably a year either way, correct?
I'll put a caveat on that. It's possible we may be able to go through the reg process, but again, that's pretty much the same length of time. So to make the change. So whichever one we choose.
Okay. Yeah. I just wanted to establish that expectation that this is, regardless of what happens today, this is probably a year from resolution, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you for that, Wendy. Do we have any comments from from anyone else in the audience?
Yes.
Hello. Okay. Hello, Shanti Ezrin with CAMFT. Roseanne, thank you for highlighting the different concerns and bringing it to committee discussion today. And since I'm also giving thanks, thank you for your work, you and your team's work on the changes to the FAQ and the clarifications that you made there. So I wanted to address the first concern here. We definitely at CAMFT recognize the concerns around disclosing full name and license number for those who work with high-risk populations. I will share that we don't have a hard position on any of the exemptions, the alternative disclose methods, or the other options that are presented at this time. Like committee members had just said, it's a very complicated issue. It's really important for us to find that balance with consumer protection and also the safety of providers. And it really helped today to hear some of the comments, the options from staff, also the comments and information from stakeholders in the room today. What we plan on doing is taking it back to our team to assess this a bit further, and we're happy to come back in the next meeting and share our input with staff and committee members. And then I don't know how much time I have here. Have we already talked about the second concern, or are we returning back to that?
Not yet. It sounds like this is going to be a continued discussion. So
okay.
We'll see what the feedback is today and where the committee wants to go.
Okay. So should I come back on the second concern for public comment, or?
You could talk about it.
Okay, and then just really quickly, the second piece with the scope of disclosure requirement, we took a look at that and didn't find any consumer protection issues with regard to the scope of disclosure requirement. We agree with the staff's comment in the materials that the law seems to be pretty clear that the notice must be provided prior to initiating psychotherapy services. Perhaps this is something that can be further clarified in the existing FAQs if that were to stand. And I did check with our attorneys, and I'll share that at CAMPT, we haven't received any questions about this from our members, and that's related to the scope of disclosure requirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Any further comments from our in-person audience?
No, that's it.
Then moderator, let's open it up for our online participants.
All right, WebEx is open for public comment. Please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few more seconds to see if we have a request for public comment on this topic. Seeing no request online, do you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you, moderator. So based on our conversation, I'm assuming that we're not going to have a motion today, that we're gonna table this for further discussion.
Chris, this is John.
Yep.
Could I make a recommendation to staff that we put together a more detailed presentation, perhaps with expertise and witnesses from different programs, from state hospital programs, from incarceration programs, so once again, we can make a more informed decision. Because the one thing that's such a difficult balance here is understanding the clinician's concerns, but also standing that incarcerated people have not signed to write their consumer protection rights, which is a big part of our work. So I think for me, if we could have staff put together a more detailed presentation on that, that would actually be the direction that would help me make a more informed decision.
I would second that, and I also am concerned, particularly because the incarcerated population are consumers too, and I have no faith in a grievance process which is controlled by a law enforcement agency which is controlling the incarcerated population. That has to be somehow outside. Otherwise we have no external grievance process. So yes, I think we need some more information.
Can you guys do that, Roseanne?
Yeah, we can do that. My question is, do you want that to come to policy and advocacy committee, or do you want it to go to full board?
I think coming to the policy and advocacy committee first would be the proper step. Is that
okay?
Is that accurate?
It can be either.
Yeah, I would like to flush it out with the committee first before we bring it to the board.
Okay. Yes, we can do that.
Thank you. All right, next on the agenda is the discussion and possible recommendations to make a recommendation regarding possible amendments to add additional members to the Board of Behavioral Sciences. Roseanne, would you please provide us with the overview?
Chris, this is John. We didn't talk about the second part, did we? Of 4?
We did not, but since we're gonna bring it back, we can address that as well then.
Cool, got it.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know that we can discuss the second topic before we've kind of got a direction on the first.
Yeah. So we'll bring that back as part of the discussion at the next meeting.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead, Roseanne, with the overview of the additional board members.
Item 5. Okay. So This particular agenda item discusses whether the board should consider sponsoring legislation to expand its membership from 13 to 15 members by adding one licensed professional clinical counselor member and one public member. This is based on a review of comparable boards under DCA and the continued growth of the board's LPCC license population, and a suggestion for an agenda item for that. So current law in Business and Professions Code Section 4990 sets the composition of the board as 2 LCSWs, 1 LEP, 2 LMFTs, 1 LPCC, and then 7 public members. The last time members were added to the board was in 2009 when SB 788 established the LPCC license. The LPCC license, however, didn't get up and running in 2009. So at the time SB 788 was run, the board had 11 members. And then under SB 788, one public member was added in 2010, bringing it to 12. And then when the LPCC license was actually officially underway in 2012, it brought the total to 13 members. So we basically went from starting in 2009 with 11 members, we went to 12 members, and then eventually when LPCC license actually started getting issued, we had the 13 members that we have today. When it was originally introduced, SB 788, which is the LPCC Practice Act, had originally proposed increasing the board by 4 members, 2 LPCC members, and 2 new public members. However, that was amended out of the bill as it moved through the legislature, likely due to fiscal considerations. I put together a chart that shows the composition of numerous boards under DCA. It's kind of all over the place. Some key takeaways. There are other boards of smaller or comparable size. We have accountancy board, dental board, and medical board that have 15 board members. Roughly equal number of boards are licensed majority versus public majority. This particular board is a public majority, which is why I'm proposing that or suggesting that if we added an LPCC member, a public member also be added to keep the public majority. Most boards except Vet Med Board have an odd number of members, and that's likely to prevent tie votes. There doesn't really appear to be a meaningful correlation between the size of the licensing population and the number of board members. I tried to vet that out in the chart one, as you'll see, but really a major pattern that sort of shines through. I will say that while many boards only oversee 1 or 2 practice acts, this board is responsible for regulating 4 distinct practice acts. And then looking at the board's license and registrant population, there has been a rapid growth as it's ramped up in the number of LPCC licenses over the years. It's a very large percentage change of about 250 to 275%. It should be noted that about 1,700 of the board's 4,800 total LPC licensees, which is about 35%, are duly licensed, meaning they hold another license with the board, most commonly LMFT, where for LMFTs, that number is only at about 5% of LMFTs being duly licensed. So that's kind of the information so that you can discuss and consider what you would like to do. I'll open it up for discussion.
Roseanne, you cut out for me on the very last part of what you said.
Saying that for LPCC licensees, about 35% of them are dual license, which means that there's they have most commonly LPCC and LMFT dual license. For LMFTs, that number is about 5.1% of LMFTs are dual licensed.
Okay, and then when I was reading the material, I just want to make sure that I'm clear on this, that there's no threshold for a number of licensed members, number of licensees to licensed members on our board.
No, there's nothing in statute. And then looking at the other boards and I tried in chart 1 to sort of vet out the licensees per board member, and there's really not an identifiable pattern that really shines through. It's kind of random looking, so it's kind of all over the place.
So then, how is that? I guess my question is how is that decision typically made when they decide that they need to have? I mean, I know that we represent 4 different practice acts, right? Or yeah, 4 different practice acts. So we're a little different than the other boards. But how is that decision typically made as to when it's the right time to add another licensed member because of a growing population of licensees?
I haven't really seen it happen in my time here, which has been about 15 years. We saw it with the LPCC, and they did originally propose 4, and there was some budget problems around, we were in the middle of the big housing downturn in 2009, 2000. So and the state was doing furloughs at the time. So that's probably why it was cut. So at the time, that shows that there was a desire for some extra board members. I haven't really seen a lot of them added. We raised it during sunset. They sort of didn't bite and add another one, which is what I thought it might happen. So it's going to really, if the board decides to move through, it's really going to be probably the business and professions committees that are really going to decide if they're going to let us do this. But we're just, since we've noticed that there is a large percent increase, there was a suggestion that we try to bring it to the board to see if the board wants to try to do it. But yeah, it's really kind of, I mean, looking at the boards, I don't see any particular patterns there.
I know that Nick has been our LPCC member, has been a strong advocate for this since he got onto the board. So I understand that that's where this is started. Do we have any questions from our other committee members?
This is John Sovek. Oh, go ahead, Wendy.
Okay. I was just going to say, I really was hoping that there was some sort of pattern or process that would emerge from the research to really kind of support a decision one way or the other. Because absent that, I feel like the only thing that we really have to look at is the number of licensed members. And so I think where my thinking lies right now is there's not a whole lot of difference in the number of licensees for the LPCC and the LEP members. So kind of leads me to say, what's the justification for adding a second seat for LPCCs if we're not doing that for LEPs as well? And then I think my brain just goes all kinds of strange places after that. So I understand, our colleagues' desire to see this. I'm just sort of struggling to find sort of substantive support, something to hang our hat on for it.
Thank you, Wendy. I'm kind of in the same boat. John?
Steve, what are the budgetary concerns, or what is the impact of bringing on two new board members?
2 new board members, we would have to, what we would look at is, per diem and travel costs. So it would not be a major cost difference. It's stuff we could absorb. Administratively, it adds another complexity. You have 2 more people we have to work with. So, I think I think really financially, it's not that great of a deal.
Okay, because I know one of the things that I've been, always pushing with you is bringing on more staff to manage the existing licensees and registrants that we have. I always think that's a priority when it comes to our budgeting. And in this particular case, in adding this board member and then realizing we'd have to, at the same time add another public member, when I look at the numbers that Roseanne provides in this chart, it feels like right now the representation is very proportional. just considering the number of registrants and licensees that come into play. And then when you look at the crossover of people who are dual licensed, it feels like there is more than adequate representation for the voice of this particular license. So for me personally, I would lean against adding this onto our board.
Thank you.
Hi,
Thank
this
you,
is
John.
being the person who works with all the board members. I would like to add that perhaps we should put pressure for the vacant seats to be filled. Ever since July 2023, we have not had a fully seated board. So I just kind of want to put that out there.
Christina, I
I
think
mean-
that's an excellent point. Adding more members when we don't have a full board also seems a little challenging. And kind of building on what John said, I'm not really quite sure what problem we're trying to solve for. So it feels like we've been given a solution and not really an outlined problem. So what are the representation problems in the LPCC licensing world that are not being, are we able to outline what representation issues there are now?
And how many vacancies do we have? Two?
Two
Yes, we have two.
public
Both
members.
public?
No,
Yeah.
one
One
CSW member and one public.
Oh, right, because Abigail just left. Okay. No, those are really good points. Thank you. Any further questions or comments from the committee? Do
None
we
from
need
me.
to? Okay. Do you need to make a motion?
I'd make a suggestion that this was, I believe this was brought up in our sunset report, Stephen, and so it will get naturally brought up 4 years from now when we do the sunset again. So I think that that's another, at that time, which is about 4 years from now, it's another natural time to take a look at the LPCC population, and if it just exploded, the sunset process would be a good time to really push for that if the board desired it.
No, that's a recommendation.
Yeah, I think that's. Yeah, I mean that's fine. We'll get also comments from the, from the public. I think what I would like out of this is, to kind of bounce off of Wendy's point. There doesn't seem like there's any rhyme or reason to the number of licensed board members to the ratio of licensees. I think I would like to talk about, should there be a process and what is the threshold? Because just saying, hey, we need another board member for representation. Wendy had a great question. What problem are we trying to fix? Do the LPCCs feel that there's not enough representation? And as an LEP member, there's one of me, and we have not that many fewer member licensees than the LPCCs. So I'm just curious as to the rationale for the request, and maybe this is opening up a new or exposing an issue that should be addressed, which is how do we fairly quantify the number of representatives that each license needs on the board, if that makes sense. So that I think this raises a lot more questions than it does answers, at least for me. And I think that for some of my committee members, that's also true. So with that being said, if there's no further comments from our committee, then I'll take comments from in-person participants.
None in-house.
Excellent. Thank you, Steve. Moderator, are there any comments from our online participants?
WebEx is now taking public comment. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand. And our first request is coming from Ben Caldwell. Hold on just a moment, please. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Thank you. Good morning, Ben Caldwell. For whatever it's worth, I don't feel strongly in one direction or another here, but just a couple of points for consideration as you weigh this out. One is that as you're looking at population growth among associates, at least looking historically at board data, about a quarter, sometimes a little bit more than that, of APCC registrations are typically delinquent at any given time. And that's a much higher proportion than for the other registration types. And we can speculate about why that is, but it's worth holding in mind that proportionally speaking, probably less of those APCCs make their way to LPCC licensure than the other associate types do. Personally, I think that's probably because people are initially registering as dual registrants, and then if they find they can get licensed as an MFT a little bit faster because they can count those pre-degree hours, they might just let the APCC registration drop. Now, that may not be the reason, but it's just a thing worthy of consideration. When it comes to the possibility of adding board members, I think I and other stakeholders are well aware that board service places significant demands on the time of all of you as board members. And so I would think that the primary consideration would be basically time management. Is your workload as board members becoming such that you need some relief? And I don't have any good metric for that. But I think that would include things like disciplinary hearings and committee service like this. If it seems like the workload for board members is high enough that it discourages board service, that to me would be a clear indicator that it might be worth adding board members, regardless of the particular type of member. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben.
And that was our only online request.
All right, thank you, moderator. Committee, John?
So, Chris, I'd like to make a recommendation based on Roseanne's statement from earlier that we defer this to the sunset bill that's coming up in 4 years. So we don't take it off the table, but we look at it again when that comes up to see if it's something to fold in at that time.
I think that's a good idea. Do we need to have a motion for that, Roseanne, or is that just a recommendation that you guys can do?
That's just the recommendation. There's no action needed. We'll table it to then. I can try reaching out to the Senate BMP committee and see if they have any rationale so for what the threshold might be. I don't know if they'll know or not. Just because it might depend on legislator membership, but yeah, we can have a conversation around 4 years from now when we look at new numbers.
Okay. I would also like, I think, to get more information from either Nick or from the Cal PCC organization, whether or not they feel underrepresented on the board, and what it is that they are looking for. How would that support their licensees if there's another LPCC member on the board?
Okay.
And Chris, I'd also like to just reflect, we haven't heard from them at all today.
Right.
So I think that's an interesting thing about what the impetus of this is.
Yeah, I agree, John.
Yeah, and Roseanne, like if any of that outreach kind of yields any interesting information, you can always bring back an item sooner if for some reason a more clear problem and resolution, a recommended resolution becomes clear, sooner than that 4 years. I mean, it can always be brought back, but.
Definitely. Yeah, we'll definitely kind of monitor and if there seems to be a compelling need, then we'll act sooner.
All right. Thank you, Roseanne. Okay. Next on the agenda is the discussion and possible recommendations to make recommendations regarding proposed amendments to the Business and Professions Code, amend BPC 4980.43.2, 4996.23.1, and 4999.46.2 regarding advisor assessment for supervision via video conferencing, and amend BPC 4990.26.1 and 4990.26.2 regarding training in human sexuality and child, elder, and dependent adult abuse assessment and reporting. Roseanne.
Thanks, Chris. I know that was a lot of numbers. Each year, the staff reviews the board statutes to determine if any technical, minor, or non-substantive changes are needed. And then typically we ask the Business and Professions committees at the legislature to place these in their, what they call committee bills, or what we usually call omnibus bills, that the legislature runs each year. So I've identified a couple of different sets of amendments that may be worth inclusion this year in that bill. The first set of amendments, item 1, is in the sections 4980.43.2, 4996.23.1, and 4999.46.2, the supervisor assessment for supervision via video conferencing. So currently in LMFT, LCSW, and LPCC law, the law requires supervisors to assess the appropriateness of using video conferencing for supervision within 60 days of beginning supervision. And this is generally written language, so it's required technically, regardless of whether video conferencing is actually used. And so that's unnecessary if supervision is not being conducted in person, or is not being conducted if video conferencing is not utilized, then there's no reason to assess whether it's appropriate. So we're proposing to amend the law to clarify that if the assessment of appropriateness is only required if supervision is conducted via two-way real-time video conferencing. The change preserves safeguards for remote supervision while eliminating unnecessary requirements when only in-person supervision is used. So that's the first thing. The second thing is the legislature did something interesting this year that's actually much welcomed in our sunset bill. It took 3 code sections, or actually 2 code sections we're talking about today. It took our human sexuality and our child, elder, and dependent adult abuse requirements. Those were currently in general Business and Professions Code statute, and they applied to both our board and Board of Psychology. And the problem with having them included with our board and Board of Psychology is it was very difficult for us to amend them, because any amendments that we wanted to make, we would have needed to get psychology boards buy-off, and so it would have to go through basically 2 boards would have to agree on some changes. So the legislature deleted those 2 sections in the general code sections and moved them. They moved them to our practice acts and applied them only to us, and then they did the same for Board of Psychology. So now we have these sections that apply just to us for the first time in however long, many years. And they outline the scope, content, and sources of the trainings. And because it's been so long since we could really amend them meaningfully, there's some language in them that's a little out of date. I will say that we do plan to do a more comprehensive review of the actual content of these requirements as part of our LMFT and LPCC education sort of overhaul that we're working on in Workforce Committee. So these changes are mainly superficial. We do still need to do some more meaningful changes, but there's a few changes that we think that we could make right away. And so the changes being proposed today, first, for the human sexuality changes, requirements, just getting rid of some outdated language that says basically if the board proposes to establish training in human sexuality, then they need to consult with other licensing boards. That training is already established and in law, so there's no need for that language any further. And then in relation to the child, elder, and dependent adult abuse requirements, I want to propose clarifying that the 7 hours in child abuse assessment and reporting must be California specific. The law currently references the Child Abuse and Neglect Reporting Act, or CANRA, which is California specific, but a lot of people don't see that subtlety. So we want to specifically state that it's California child abuse assessment, so that it's crystal clear in the law that it has to have California content. Also proposing to remove the provision allowing that course to be taken from a professional association or a local county or state department of health or mental health. The board doesn't accredit or approve these sources, and for most other courses, we only accept coursework from either an accredited school or a board recognized CE provider, so they probably should be from the same source as all of our other coursework is required, not non-CE providers. And then finally, there is an exemption, which is a little bit concerning in the child and elder and dependent adult abuse requirement. It provides an exemption that allows applicants to opt out of this coursework by demonstrating it's not relevant to their current practice. As far as I know, as far as staff knows, it's been a very long time since we've had anybody try to opt out, but it's not something we would likely entertain because child abuse can affect individuals across a wide range of settings, and a therapist's current practice might not represent future needs. So they should have that as one of their education requirements qualifying for licensure. So those are the 3 changes being proposed for that section today. So with that, I will open it up for discussion.
Any comments from our committee members?
Roseanne, I have a quick question, and it's probably very procedural. Can a county mental health institution or like a local association come in and provide that CE if they are a recognized provider? So let's say that state hospital or that county hospital can hire a professional association that's a CE provider?
Yes, they can do that.
Okay.
They might contract the training through a CE provider, but we want to make it through a CE provider because those meet our standards for sure.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
And Roseanne, this is John. I do appreciate the emphasis too on California specific, especially if we're anticipating the future potential of going to the national testing and all of that. I think we need to really make sure when you're looking through that to catch anything that is part of the California specific requirement and make sure that language is very strong and clear.
Yeah, it's something that I've noticed that a lot of people don't really catch that it's CANRA, and so even though, yeah, we really want that to be obvious that oh yes, it has to have California content.
Any other comments from our committee? No. Do we need to we can make a motion? Would anyone like to make a motion?
I think do we need to take public comment?
Not first. We take it after we make the motion.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hey, Roseanne, and what might that motion sound like that would help you do your work most effectively?
Motion would be to direct staff to make any discussed changes and any non-sub changes, and to pursue and to recommend that the board can pursue as a legislative proposal.
This is John Sovak. I so move. Christina, does that give you the language you need?
I have the language. Thank you.
I'll second. Any further discussion from the committee? How about comments from our in-person participants?
We do have an in-house comment.
Hello again. Hello. Hello, Shanti Ezrin with CAMT. I'm going to make my public comment very short here. We reviewed the proposed amendments and have no concerns with any of them. Thank you, Roseanne.
Shanti?
That's it for in-house.
Excellent. Do we have any comments from our online participants?
All right, WebEx, we have a motion and a second on the floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button on the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users, dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few more seconds to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no online requests, do you wish to continue with the motion?
Yes, thank you, moderator. All right, Christina, would you take the vote?
Chris Jones? Chris Jones?
Yes.
Kelly Ronasinghe?
Yes.
John Sovek?
Yes.
Wendy Strack?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Christina. Next on the agenda is update on board-sponsored legislation. Roseanne, back to you.
Yes, so I have some good news on legislation. Our sunset bill, SB 775, was signed by the governor in early October, so the board gets to continue to exist for another 4 years. And SB 775 also contained several other provisions that the board was sponsoring. Probably most exciting to our licensees and registrants is it deleted the sunset date on supervision via video conferencing in all settings. So what that means is that supervision via video conferencing is now allowed indefinitely in all settings. There's no more sunset date. They also extended the sunset date for the board's temporary practice allowance, and we had amendments in there that would potentially allow the board to adopt the AMFTRB marital family therapy national exam as its clinical exam via regulations. So regulations still need to be run, but that was the first step that was required in that process. We made some pretty major amendments to the licensing requirements for LEPs. So we'll be working on some outreach and form updates for that. And we made some fairly minor amendments to the retired license statute. So that bill will become effective on January 1st of 2026. So in a few months here. Some updates on a few other bills or status updates. AB 489, the bill that prohibits a person who develops or deploys an AI system from having that system represent or imply that it's a licensed healthcare provider, and makes violations subject to the jurisdiction of the board. That bill was signed by the governor as well, so that will be going into effect. So that's an important first step in AI, regulating AI as it relates to therapy. A couple of bills, AB 742, which would have required DCA to prioritize applicants seeking licensure if they're certified by a state bureau for descendants of American slavery. That bill was supported by the board, but the governor actually vetoed it. Another bill that was vetoed was SB 641. That bill would have permitted DCA boards to waive certain provisions of their licensing laws for those who are affected by a state or national emergency. That was also vetoed. I've included links to the governor's veto messages explaining the reasoning why in your meeting materials if you want to take a look at that. In terms of other bills, SB 497, which sought to protect the privacy and safety of individuals seeking gender-affirming health care and mental health care in California. The board had a support position on that. That bill was signed into law by the governor, effective immediately. It was an urgency statute. So those are some of the main ones, and so there's a summary of each and its status in your meeting materials.
All right, thank you, Roseanne. Any comments from our committee members? Any comments from our in-person participants?
None here.
Any comments from our online participants?
WebEx is open for public comment on agenda item 7. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a moment now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request online, do you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you, moderator. Next on the agenda is the update on the board rulemaking proposals. Christy, would you please provide us with an overview?
I will be providing the overview today instead of Christy. So
Okay.
we have a bunch of rulemaking proposals that are going through the process right now. There's definitely in the memo, it explains a little bit about what's in each of those. Let me just highlight, though, for the disciplinary guidelines that were first approved in August 2023, those have been submitted to OAL for final approval, and that was on September. For the telehealth regulations that were approved on March 2024, those are they have been approved by OAL, and those take effect January 1st, 2026. We have continuing education regulations that were originally approved by the board in February 2024, and those are going for agency review. That was submitted to agency review on October 15th. Our advertising regulations that we originally approved in 2024 have been submitted for DCA for final review process, and that was in October. We have another regulatory proposal for English as a second language. That's for adding additional time to the exam. For ESL candidates, and that was originally proposed in November 2024, and that has been submitted to DCA for the production phase, kind of the beginning phase of that process. We have the fee reduction regulations that we voted on in May 2025, and those are going out. They've been noticed to the public for a public hearing on November 6th. That will occur online. We did get some comments back from some individuals, so we are responding to those, and you'll be seeing that at the board meeting. AMFTRB National Staff is preparing the documents for the production phase review. That will go to legal, and we'll work that out. You'll be seeing more updates on those. And lastly, the licensed educational psychologist regulations. Those were voted on August 2025 to move forward with those, and staff is preparing documents for the production phase, and that's going to work with DCA legal to get that moving forward. So that is the update.
Thank you, Steve.
Any questions?
Any comments from our committee? How about comments or questions from our in-person participants?
None here.
Any comments or questions from our online participants?
WebEx is taking public comment for agenda item 8. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few seconds to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request, do you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you, moderator. Next on the agenda is suggestions for future agenda items. Do any of the committee members have a future agenda item they would like to suggest? Okay, do we have any suggestions from our
in-house?
In-house, sorry.
No problem.
Losing words.
No.
In-house participants?
No comments here. They're public.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Steve. Any suggestions from our online participants?
WebEx is taking public comment for agenda item 9. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. Seeing no request, you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you, moderator. Next on the agenda is public comment for items that are not on the agenda. As a reminder, the board may not discuss or take action on any matter raised during this public comment section, except to decide whether to place the matter on the agenda of a future meeting. Do any of our committee members have comments that for items that are not on the agenda? Are there any comments from our in-person participants?
Nope, none here.
Thank you. Any comments from our online participants?
All right, last call for agenda item 10. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial star to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few more seconds to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request, you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you, moderator. Next on our agenda is adjournment. Thank you, everyone, for participating today. As a reminder, our next board meeting will be on November 20th and 21st in Sacramento. We hope to see you then. Have a wonderful weekend and go Dodgers.
Thanks, everyone.
All right.
Take care, everyone.
This is the moderator for those who are participating in the workforce meeting. That is coming up next at 1 p.m. Welcome back, Wendy.
Hello. Let's see. There we go.
Welcome, Annette Walker. If you're available for a mic check, will you please unmute?
Yes, thank you. I was on the phone with Steve. Wasn't sure if you guys had me. All right. I was in as an attendee. Thank you, Steve. And thank you, moderator. Bye-bye.
Eleanor Uribe. Hopefully that's how I say your name. I see you on camera, Eleanor. When you're ready to unmute, go ahead and click that button down at the bottom. All right. What if I send you a prompt?
Thank you. It wasn't allowing me to do that. Appreciate it.
All right. Well, I hear you loud and clear now. All right. Stand by. I'm going to begin recording.
I think, Wendy, we are all here and accounted for, so whenever you're ready, we can begin.
Great. I was just about to ask that. So with that, we'll get started. Welcome to the October 24th, 2025 Workforce Development Committee meeting. My name is Wendy Strack, chairperson of the committee. And before we commence, I'd like to remind everyone present that the board is a consumer protection agency charged with administering and enforcing the board's laws. Where the protection of the public is inconsistent with other interests sought to be promoted, the protection of the public shall be paramount. The committee will meet by teleconference in accordance with Government Code Section 11123.5. Committee members will participate remotely from private, non-public sites. The public may participate remotely or in person at DCA headquarters at 1747 North Market Boulevard, Suite 186, Sacramento, California 95834. I will announce when we are accepting public comment on the various issues, and the meeting moderator will open the lines as appropriate. Each commenter will have 3 minutes to comment. Moderator, would you please provide the audience instructions on how they may participate during the meeting at appropriate times?
When public comment is called for, we will put a visual on screen asking people to raise their hands. For dial-in users, that means dialing *3. People will be given 3 minutes to speak, and I'll give you a 15-second warning before your time expires. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, moderator. I'd like to now call the meeting to order and ask Christina to call roll to establish a quorum.
Good afternoon. Wendy Strack.
Present, public member.
Eleanor Uribe.
Present LCSW member.
Dr. Annette Walker.
Present, public member.
For the record, Dr. Nicholas Boyd and Justin Huft are absent. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Christina. Board staff, would you like to introduce yourselves, please?
Yes, thank you. Steve Sodergren, the Executive Officer of the Board of Behavioral Sciences.
Roseanne Helms, Legislative Manager for the board.
Shelley Ganaway, Board Counsel.
Sarita Risso, Special Projects and Research Analyst for the board.
Sounds like it might be it in the room there. Oh, sorry, did I cut somebody off?
No, I'm sorry, that was it for board.
Okay. Now is the time for the public to introduce themselves if they would like, and this is voluntary. Is there anyone in the in-person audience that would like to introduce themselves?
Good afternoon, Shanti Ezrin, California Association of Marriage and Family Therapists.
Thank you.
That's all.
Okay. Moderator, is there anyone online that would like to introduce themselves?
Several. We're going to start with Sarah and then go to Ben. Sarah, we're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sarah Carrasco, Licensure and Compliance Specialist with William Jessup University.
Thank you. Next, Ben, and then followed by Elise. Hold on.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Ben Caldwell, MFT.
Elise, we're sending you a request to unmute your microphone. Then we're going to ask Leah. All right, Elise, we're going to send you another request to unmute your microphone. We're going to move on to Leah. We'll come back to Elise in a moment. Oh, Elise, are you with us?
I hope so.
I
Yes?
hear you.
Perfect. Elise Springer, LMFT, Volunteer Policy and Advocacy Chair at Postpartum Support International, California. Thank you.
Thank you.
Leah Brew, LPCC and Counselor Educator.
Fantastic. You beat me to it. Next, Dr. Betsy.
Hello?
Are you, Betsy,
Hello?
are you with us? I hear you.
Yes. Great. Good afternoon, everybody. Dr. Betsy Bettis, Cal State University, Northridge, Counselor Educator.
Thank you. Chad, you're next. Hold on just a moment, please.
Hello, Chad Tynan, LMFT, Director of Clinical Training at Golden Gate University.
All right, Stephanie, you're next. Hold on, please.
Good afternoon. This is Stephanie Gabler, licensed MFT. Thank you very much.
Welcome. And that's the last of our requests online.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to our agenda items. The first agenda item is discussion and possible approval of July 31st, 2025 Workforce Development Committee meeting minutes. Does any member wish to remove or edit any of the items from the consent calendar? Dr. Walker.
I don't want to do that. I wanted to make a motion at the appropriate time.
Okay.
No edits.
Seeing no other hands up from committee members, I think this would be the time now for a motion.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the Workforce Development Committee meeting minutes of July 31st, 2025.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second it, Eleanor Uribe.
Okay, great. Are there any comments from in-person attendees?
No. No, sorry.
Okay. Are there any comments from those online?
All right, we have a motion for agenda item 3. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users, dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few seconds to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no requests, do you wish to continue with the motion?
Yes, please. All right, Christina, take the vote, please.
Wendy Strack,
Yes.
Eleanor Uribe,
Yes.
Dr. Annette Walker,
Yes.
motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to item 4, presentation on other state jurisdiction education requirements for licensure. Steve, will you provide us with the overview?
I will. And this presentation really, I just like to preface this by saying this is really just was a basic overview of 3 jurisdictions and California, just to see what other jurisdictions have out there for their education requirements. It's labeled as a presentation because I think really the discussion that will ensue with our item number 5, which is the actual requirements for LMFT education. This will come into play. So really from this presentation, I wanted to give you some things to think about. As I say, it was a real basic review. There could be more that can be done as we venture into this process of looking at education requirements. I think we'll be returning to looking at more in depth some of the national requirements that are out there. So. In this presentation, really, in the background section, wanted to kind of set the tone of why we're even looking at this, kind of revisit that. And, we're looking to streamline the education requirements because currently right now, for California, in-state applicants have to complete all their education requirements before they're issued a registration if they've graduated after 2012. There's a different play for out-of-state applicants. There's greater flexibility, and they may remediate several educational deficiencies post-degree, including some cases after they've received a registration. So that's one of the things that we're trying to look at. How can we streamline that or make that more equitable? Additionally, we have questions about labeling or segmenting the degree requirements from in-state and out-of-state. This has been caused kind of an issue internally of trying to determine if a education program is in-state or out-of-state, especially with the introduction of hybrid distance learning programs. So that's another thing that we're wanting to really concentrate on as we go through this process. Another important consideration is whether the requirement that a qualifying degree should be integrated in marriage and family therapy. Right now, California requires an integrated degree. There are 12 semester units that specifically must be in a marriage and family coursework, along with additional coursework that's outlined in the statute. Not all of the additional coursework has a defined content or unit requirement, but the program must incorporate all the requirements into their degree program to be acceptable. And then currently California education requirements provide flexibility for institutions to kind of design a program that will prepare students for licensure. But the flexibility is nice, but it does create some challenges in determining whether a degree meets California education standards. A full review of the programs and syllabi, and that's usually what has to be done. And even at that case, it's kind of we do have a lot of questions of whether something would actually meet an integrated course or integrated program. So those are some things to think about as we move through this process. The 3 states I looked at were Oregon, Ohio, and Texas. The reason I chose those, they're structured similarly to the California licensing framework, and they really do have clarity in their education requirements. And when I was looking at these, we were looking at accreditation, title of degree programs, unit requirements, course content, and remediation pathways for that. As I'll go through this, just for time, really, as I said before, really quick presentation. There's some material, hopefully you could go back. We have included the actual statutes and rules within the memo, so that might be a touch point later on. We can always go back to those to look at when we're talking about especially actually the degree requirements, educational requirements. So the first thing I have on the memo is that in-state versus out-of-state. That's something that is really unique to California. In each of the other states, they don't actually use a requirement for in-state, out-of-state. It's just looking at quantifiable course content, competencies, and program accreditation to determine if a program is acceptable for a license. The unit requirements, that's pretty standard across all. It's the 16 to 90 semester unit graduate degree standard. So 60 to 90 degrees in the graduate program is pretty standard across at least these three boards. I know there were some, I think it was Illinois I was reviewing. We did not continue on with that review. They do actually offer, I think it's still around a 45-degree content. But I think the 60 and 90 degree content is something that we would want to definitely maintain. And in each of those, there are similar allowances for when the older programs were conferred. They do point out that depending on each state had its own, I guess, framework for when they considered an older degree that could actually be accepted with 45 to 48 units. Similar to California that we have currently in our pre-2012 requirements. For degree designation, California specifies acceptable degree titles, and it names out a whole list of degree titles. And in contrast, Oregon and Texas, they will accept degrees in related behavioral sciences fields, provided that they substantially meet the marriage and family education requirements and content. Ohio was a little more restrictive. They require a degree to be explicitly titled as marriage and family therapy, and then it has to be grounded in a systemic theory of marriage and family therapy. In accreditation, there's another part of this. We'll be talking about accreditation in another item on the agenda. Really for this, I think we're looking at, we do recognize for the LMFT degrees COAMPT, the Commission on Accreditation of Marriage and Family Therapy Education. I hope I got that right. COAMPT, we'll say from now on. We do recognize COAMPT as an accrediting agency that if a degree is from COAMPT accredited program, it is acceptable. The difference lies in the emphasis we place on that accreditation. California, really, we say it has to be accredited by COAMPT or other accreditation agencies. But some other states will actually allow a COAMPT accredited program to basically, if it's from a COAMPT accredited program, you can pass go. You meet the education requirements. For us, we do recognize that accreditation, but we still review the program. So we will have further discussions on that in another item coming up. Content. All states require graduate level study emphasizing systemic practice with couples and families. Differences between California and other jurisdictions arise primarily in how education content areas are prescribed. California in-state education requirements are the most detailed in identifying the specific competencies that must be integrated throughout the degree program, but they are less prescriptive when defining the number of units required for each defined content area. And then California requirements for out-of-state degrees are more prescriptive and clear concerning the required units required for each content area than its in-state requirements are. So in contrast, the other states define competencies to be integrated with content areas and clearly specify the numbers of hours required for each. So it's more quantifiable. The other states we were looking at, that content was really, it was more quantifiable than California. As for remediation, Oregon, Texas, and Ohio permit post-degree coursework to address gaps in content of practicum experience. In California, we do allow remediation of coursework for out-of-state degrees through additional graduate level courses, but generally we do not permit post-degree practicum remediation, except under some sort of under some provisions for out-of-state applicants. In the conclusion, I have overall California LMFT education requirements are consistent with the national expectation for the threes that we looked at. I shouldn't say national expectations, but consistent with the three that we looked at. I think they are representative of what's out there nationally. The California in-state framework is the most comprehensive in identifying the competencies that must be integrated throughout the degree program, yet it is less prescriptive in defining the unit requirements for each content area. And in contrast, California's out-of-state requirements align with other jurisdictions in prescribing the unit requirements for educational content areas, but are more comprehensive in identifying actual competencies within those. So in that brief overview, there's some things that I just wanted to put in here as consideration as when we move forward, what we should be considering when we look at the framework that we will be proposing. The committee should consider amending the committee should consider if they want to amend the current education requirements to remove in-state and out-of-state designations and rely on degrees that substantially meet the education requirements that are set forth in the statutes. The committee should consider removing degree titles and instead accept degrees that meet the educational requirements. The committee should also consider formally recognizing the degrees accredited by COAMFTE or CACREP as meeting the educational requirements. That means if we want to consider those, if they have that type of accreditation, they are automatically accepted as meeting those requirements. The committee should also consider identifying minimum unit requirements for each content area and revising the competency standards to provide a broader, more flexible descriptions. And lastly, I think the committee should consider amending the current remediation content to offer a broader range that can be met through remediation coursework, graduate coursework. That is the presentation. And like I said, it was a really basic, quick overview. There could be a lot more that goes into this, and I think as we move forward in this conversation, we will dive back into looking at other, possibly other states, and looking for examples that, with more specific focus on more focused areas. So, are there any questions?
I'll look to my colleagues for questions. Anything so far? Dr. Walker.
Yeah, not so much as a question, but just a comment. I appreciate your thought process in putting this together, Steve and staff. And I liked the idea of bringing a framework forward. I think that'll really help us see the layers. So yeah, well done. Looking forward to seeing what's next.
Same here.
Okay.
Same here. I appreciate the report and the comparisons, and there's a lot of thought that has gone into this. And I know, I mean, we still have a lot more work to do, but thank you for presenting that, Steve, and those who prepared it.
Thank you. And for me, I think it really highlighted, ideas are already percolating about where some flexibility could be integrated to make the pathway more clear and accessible, sort of without compromising eventual patient care. So I think well done. Now we'll go to comments. Are there any comments in the room?
Yeah, there are.
Hello, Shanti Ezrin with CAMPT. Steve, I'll start just by thanking you for doing all of the research with a couple of the other states here and going through some of the education requirements that you found, and also appreciated seeing some of the recommendations for consideration. And after reviewing them, wanted to offer some of our initial thoughts on each one. And want to first preface some of the comments that I'll share here in a second by saying that we've looked at each one of these recommendations really of the lens of ensuring consumer protection and, of course, balancing that with lessening any unreasonable barriers for applicants to get licensed. So with that being said, a couple of the recommendations there that you had reviewed to remove in-state and out-of-state designations, removing degree titles to focus on degrees that meet education requirements, we think are great recommendations for consideration. We also think amending the current remediation content to offer a broader range is a great recommendation to consider as well. However, on the recommendation pertaining to relying on accreditation to determine, excuse me, whether a degree meets educational requirements, we are mindful, of course, of BBS staffing and workload capacity, but there are some concerns we have about formally recognizing degrees accredited by COAMT or KCREP, I think that's how we're saying it, as meeting educational requirements. And some of these early concerns that we have include potentially adding any unintended consequences of deviating from current practice of evaluating programs beyond just accreditation, and then also putting non-COAMT or KCREP degree programs under extra scrutiny. So just to offer a bit of context for this recommendation, I'll share a statistic from Congresswoman Julia Brownlee's press release. And that statistic states that on average, 30% of LMFTs do not graduate from COAMT programs. That's a national number. And in California, that number actually rises up to 95%. So lastly, I think there was one more recommendation in there, and while we don't have a hard position on the unit requirements for specific content areas, kind of just reading between the lines there, if the intent is to ensure the quality of content, we do think that this can be addressed with more detailed competency descriptions that's listed in the recommendation, as opposed to setting specific unit measurements. Thank you.
That's all for in the room.
Okay, moderator, do we have any comments online?
All right, now is the time to raise your hand for agenda item 4. Please do so by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users, dial *3 to raise your hand. And first, we're going to hear from Ben Caldwell. Hold on just a moment, please. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ben Caldwell, MFT, and I want to second what Dr. Walker said as well as what Shanti just said. First of all, in thanking Steve and staff for framing this discussion the way that you are. It's nice to have it broken down into these different sort of discussion areas. I think that'll make it a lot easier to process what is in totality a pretty big discussion. In regard to the particular point about accreditation, I know we're going to hear about program accreditation a little more as the meeting goes on today, but there is some concern about recognizing either of the accrediting bodies as sort of automatically meeting California's curriculum requirements, which traditionally have been well attuned to the specific needs and populations of the state of California. So they do serve a strong public protection purpose. And as Shanti was saying, it may be best to kind of continue in that vein. There's also particular concern when it comes to recognizing KCREP accreditation. My understanding is that around the country, there are only like 10 or 11 jurisdictions that do. You'd be reopening kind of a can of worms that last came out in the discussion around LPCC licensure back in the day. I know Dr. Brew is with us today. She can speak to this as well. But there's a pretty big philosophical disagreement between, I'd say, a lot of MFTs and what KCREP suggests in its standards, where those KCREP standards suggest that the profession of marriage and family therapy is kind of a subspecialty within counseling, as opposed to being a separate and independent, fully fledged profession. So like I said, I know we're talking about these topics a lot more, but I think it's important to have that as context here at the beginning, because that would raise significant concerns, I think, in a lot of MFT quarters. Thank you.
All right, next we're going to hear from Dr. Betsy Perez. Hold on just a moment, please. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Okay, just making sure that I'm heard.
I can hear you. Go
Great,
ahead,
thank you
please.
so much. Before I begin, I just want to make sure I know that this was, first of all, thank you to Steve with that report. Is this also in regard to the LPCC licensure, or is this only in terms of the MFT?
I mean, similar concerns will be carried over until our LPCC discussion, but that will be, we're doing the LMFT first, but I mean, almost the similar topics will be carried over to that discussion later on. So if
I
that
guess
makes, does that make
a
sense? Or
yes, a follow-up would be if it would be appropriate then to make a kind of comment on the LPC now or wait till a later time.
How I would suggest waiting until we talk about item 5, where a lot of the we're going to be talking about the LMFT framework of their education requirements, and a lot of that's going to dovetail with LPCC eventually.
Okay, thank you. I'll wait.
And then I'd also like to offer just, I mean, I'm sure everybody understands this, but if you do have concerns, comments, questions, please, we are always available, myself or Roseanne, through email, definitely, because we do want to get this as a robust discussion and get as many possible opinions and suggestions that we can get. So it's going to be a very big conversation. It's going to kind of go all over the place, I think, but you can always email us too. So please remember that.
All right, next we're going to hear from Leah Brew. Hold on just a moment, please. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Hi, Leah Brew, LPCC and counselor educator. So Ben, thank you for setting me up. Just to make it clear, KCRAP does look at counseling as the foundation, and that is usually about 48 units and then 12 units of a specialty. About half of the country has that same alignment. And I just wanted to make it clear that KCREP has many specialty areas. One of them is MFT, and should we decide on acknowledging accreditation, then for the MFT, it should be the MFT area. Whereas when we get to the LPCC, I think we could broaden it to really any of the specializations. Secondly, so I support using accreditation because it's not that you're still going to have to make sure that everybody meets the content areas that are unique to California in terms of like child abuse reporting and those types of areas, suicidality. But I think it would be easier if you acknowledge accreditation as saying that it meets the major content areas, notwithstanding what the MFT concerns are about KCREP's MFT specialization. The content is there and the standard is way higher than the BBS. And if all the content seems to match, at least you can approve the degree, which means that nobody has to make up the degree, but they can make up just those individual CEUs, so to speak, where we just have like 15 hours here and 7 hours there. Thank you.
All right, next we're going to hear from Sarah Carrasco. Hold on just a moment, please. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Yeah, we just wanted to thank Steve and let you know how much we appreciate the report and especially how easy the information was to understand and then thus understanding the reasoning behind the recommendations. And we also agree that streamlining that is in-state versus out-of-state requirements will ensure equity, and we look forward to the board's future discussions. One thing that I wonder, and I just wanted to throw that out there, is not necessarily with accreditation, but approving degrees that are existing degrees, such as with our university, if it gets reviewed and all the syllabus gets reviewed, if we could be approved to where every applicant's application doesn't have to be scrutinized or gone through, that might be something that would help efficiency down the road also. Thank you.
Thank you. And those are all of our requests for public comment at the moment.
Okay, great. Thank you. All those comments were great information to share with us and great things for us to keep in mind as we go forward through this process. So thank you for that. Steve, is there anything you want to add or close with before we move on?
Oh, no, just thank you for all the great feedback already. Sarah mentioned about the approval process. That is something that is kind of on our radar for these further discussions later on, is possibly implementing a kind of a formal process like that where the can look at approving certain programs so that we're not having to review every transcript. But that's a big process that'll take a lot of discussion and a lot of work. So, but that is on our radar. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I think we're going to take item 6 before item 5, Steve, because I think we have that maybe informing item 5 a little bit. So, so we'll move on to item 6, the presentation on Commission for Marriage and Family Therapy Education and Commission for Accreditation of Counseling and Related Educational Programs Accreditation Standards. Steve.
Yes, thank you. We've already had this discussion, it sounds like, on some of the comments, so it's going to be a very brief. Once again, this is to kind of bring attention to the different two major, not major, but two prominent accreditation agencies that are working with LMF. They review graduate programs to make sure they meet the standards, hopefully rigorous standards in quality and competence. And with these process, while the process of accreditation could strengthen program quality, it can also create additional burdens for schools and may limit innovation in training approaches. California's current educational framework is intentionally designed to allow for flexibility and encourage innovation in curriculum and development. That's where we get the integrated degree program. Currently, applicants for marriage and family therapists or licensed professional clinical counselors must hold a master's or doctoral degree in an institution accredited by a regional or national institution accrediting agency recognized by the U.S. Department of Education or one approved by the Bureau for Private Post-Secondary Education. For LMFT applicants, a degree from a program accredited by the Commission or its Commission on Accreditation for Marriage and Family Therapy, also known as COAMT, is also accepted, as we previously stated. In most other jurisdictions, eligibility for LMFT and LPCC licensure is also based on regional and national accreditation, with additional recognition for COAMT for MFT programs and KCREP for counseling programs. CREP, as was mentioned before, does have also some states do recognize KCREP under their marriage and family counseling subset. So the COAMT and KCREP, I think, are widely regarded as the most comprehensive accrediting bodies for these types of educational programs. I could be wrong. But some states like I said before, accept degrees if they're from COAMT or KCREP outright. We currently don't do that. Both of the accrediting agencies have developed specialized standards for marriage and family therapy and professional clinical counseling. And really, I'm just going to go through a quick review of each of those. The COAMT was established in 1975 and began accrediting programs in 1978. And its mission is to promote best practices in marriage and family therapy education through the establishment of review and revision of accreditation standards. COAMT accreditation emphasizes outcome-based education, diversity and inclusion, institutional resources, program effectiveness, and clinical training. And effective January 1st, 2020, adopted standards organized into 10 foundational curricular areas, also known as FCAs, which include relational and systemic practice, clinical treatment, multicultural and underserved communities, research, ethics, lifespan development, mental health diagnosis, community collaboration, and teletherapy preparation. You can see in the memo, it lists them out with the unit requirements that are required for the accreditation. In addition, the COAMFT requires a minimum of 300 hours of direct clinical contact with at least 100 relational hours and 100 hours of supervision, half of which must be focused on relational or systemic supervision. Now for KCREP, KCREP was established in '81 and they accredit master's degree programs in 8 specialized areas. KCREP's vision is to promote excellence in professional counselor preparation through leadership and accreditation. Its current standards, updated in 2024, outline 8 foundational curriculum areas: professional orientation and ethics, social and cultural identities, lifespan development, career development, counseling practice, group work, assessment and diagnosis, and research and program evaluation. Students from KCREP accredited programs must also specialize in one of 8 areas, including clinical mental health counseling, marriage and family therapy, marriage and family counseling, school counseling, and then there's 5 other types of specialized areas. KCREP requires both practicum and internship experience. The practicum must be a total of 100 hours, including 40 hours of direct service hours, and an internship. They must complete an internship that includes 600 hours with 240 indirect client services. So kind of blazed through that because I want to get to the main conversation here. So as we know, as you already heard, there's a lot of conversation around accreditation and a lot of thought. And so we will definitely be revisiting this and more, but you do have the standards there. I would say take some time to look through those for future discussions. And so the key questions that we're looking at from this presentation and carrying on is, should KCREP be formally recognized as a accrediting agency for LMFT and LPCC licensure? And should we consider COAMFT or KCREP accreditation as sufficient to meeting educational requirements for LMFT or LPCC licensure registration? Just to note too, just to give you some data in there, we do have currently the board, the term I'm going to use recognizes 106 LMFT degree programs, of which 11 are COAMFT accredited. So not a lot, as was kind of mentioned before. An additional 3 LMFT programs were accredited by KCREP. And for LPCC pathways, the board recognizes 113 programs, 20 of which are KCREP accredited. So that's kind of what we're looking at with the current programs that we've reviewed and have deemed applicable for licensure. I'm open for any questions, if there are any.
Okay, do we have any questions from board members? Not yet. I think we might be interested in hearing from our audience participants today. Steve, any comments in the room there?
Yes.
We have one.
Hi again, Shanti Ezrin with CAMP. Steve, thank you again for the review of this one. And just for the sake of not being redundant, because I think I spoke to at least the second question, the previous item, I'll just speak to the first question here, if KCREP should be formally recognized. And I'll start by saying that we at CAMP generally support efforts to help remediate the workforce shortage and remove unnecessary barriers while still ensuring consumer protection. So that being said, we typically would lean into greater access and expanding degree programs, but we just haven't had time yet to fully assess KCREP background and its all of its educational standards. So thank you for including that in there. We'll definitely take it back to our team and take a deeper look. And I'll also say, too, that just really appreciate hearing from folks online today about their thoughts on this, and I'm sure they might have more on this item. We're taking notes on those, and that will be part of our review back with the attorneys before providing more input on both of these consideration questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's it for in-house.
Okay, moderator, any online comments?
All right, now is the time to raise your hand for agenda item 6. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3. And first we're going to hear from Leah Brew. Hold on just a moment, please. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Hi, Leah Brew, counselor educator. So we have a program that's both MFT and LPC, and but we're not accredited in the MFT place. I just wanted to make sure that as we consider, if we consider accreditation, not that we have to require accreditation, that's very different. There are many states that require accreditation, but if we allow it to be something where the BBS doesn't have to review the content of the degree, then I wanted everyone to know that one of the specialty areas, MFT, has 14 different items. And so as, for example, CAMFT takes a look at the CACREP accrediting standards, they have to meet all the base standards of the entire accreditation piece, and then the additional 14 standards on top of it. So it's a little bit different than the way COAMFD is structured, in that MFT isn't required to be integrated in every class, but many of the areas are integrated because they do specific like theories and models of marriage and family couples, principles of assessment and case conceptualization from a systems perspective. So it's all in there, and it's pretty extensive. And yeah, I think that's it. I just wanted you to look at page 27 in addition to the other standards. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Ben Caldwell. Hold on just a moment, please. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ben Caldwell. And as Shanti was saying, I don't want to be redundant. I've already kind of said my piece about the accreditation standards. I do think it's important that MFT programs be an integrated MFT program, be MFT throughout. But it's a bigger discussion that I know is going to take more time. My question really is kind of process oriented. For Steve and staff, what's the best way, and committee too, what's the best way for you all to get additional information, additional input from stakeholders, from faculty at different universities? Is it going to be through future participation at meetings like this? Do you want feedback through the MFT consortia? What's the best mechanism for that? And what's it going to look like, kind of the process of getting to various decision points? Anything you could share about that? Thank you.
The way I envision it is both, long story short. So we will start out of this meeting compiling various drafts based on focus areas. And so what I envision is once we have the draft, we can get participation or feedback either through these meetings or by sending it out to the consortia, sending it out to educators, asking and soliciting feedback there, because we really want all of the feedback that we can. We don't want to put up any, not everybody's going to agree on everything, but we don't want to put up any unnecessary barriers while we're doing this that can't be met. But we want to make this as comprehensive as possible and get as much input as possible. So it's welcome from wherever we can get it.
All right.
Sorry, moderator, I jumped ahead of you. Sorry.
By all means.
Oh. Were there any other comments? I'm sorry.
We had a hand up and it's disappeared. Oh, it's back. Hold on just a moment. Dr. Betsy Perez, we're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Good afternoon, Betsy Perez. In terms of the KCREP accreditation, I just wanted to second Dr. Brew in really looking at the specific requirements that KCREP puts on programs for each of the specializations. I'm here specifically in talking with the school counseling specialization. At this moment, there really isn't a pathway for the school counseling track to take. I believe it is the assessment and diagnosis class outside of the order of coursework, which creates a barrier for folks who have a school counseling specialization to be eligible for the LPCC licensure. So really just kind of saying my piece for the need for flexibility in course sequencing and the impact this has on behavioral health workforce as schools are becoming, or as K-12 kind of evolves into needing more school-based mental health professionals. So allowing approved coursework to be completed in a non-sequential order and permitting fulfillment of LPCC educational components independently from the PPS credential would kind of decrease those barriers, and the changes would maintain the integrity of the licensure process while improving accessibility, reducing delays, and expanding the workforce to meet urgent mental health needs. So I just also want to end with thanking you for continued efforts to ensure professional standards and public safety.
Thank you. And that was our last request for public comment.
Okay, thank you. Again, a lot of really good feedback, and I think the question, Roseanne, about how and when we're going to bring in feedback from the professionals and educators and schools, I think all of that becomes a really important part of helping us put together, the best stuff we can for this, that meets the needs, provides flexibility, but still protects patients down the road. So I know you're always super great at doing that, but the comments about making sure that we're having feedback at the appropriate times are very valid. So any other comments from board members? Dr. Walker.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry, Eleanor, and then Dr. Walker. Sorry.
No, I was just curious because it sounds like there's a lot of work still to be done by doing, I guess, focus or process groups, and then, taking out the kinks and making a lot of decisions. So do you know roughly what the time frame is for this, Steve?
Oh, it's going to be a while.
You'll kind of see when we do the next item what the extent of this is. But yeah, it's a couple of years process probably.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And I had the same question, so thank you, Eleanor.
Okay. Seeing no other questions at this time, should we move back to item 5? Discussion and possible action to make recommendations regarding education requirements for licensed marriage and family therapists. And Roseanne, we're back to you.
Yes, so this is kind of where we discuss a very, very preliminary framework just for LMFT, a little bit of background. So the amount of work that needs to be done by this is so extensive that we've kind of split this into small parts, and we're going to even have to split it into smaller parts. As Dr. Walker suggested at the last meeting, is we need to break this up into tiny pieces to make it manageable. So we're going to start by discussing LMFT education requirements and kind of get a handle where we're going on that. And then the plan is also to revamp, if needed, the LPCC requirements, and then also look at the LCSW requirements. So it is a very large project The last time we undertook any kind of educational review was started in about 2007, 2008 for LMFTs. It was a couple of year process that culminated in SB 33 running and passing in 2009, which gave us the LMFT education requirements that we have today. So you can see kind of the extensiveness of what it was then, and now, over 15 years have passed. So it's really, we felt time to look at it again. So that's where we are now. And we talked about starting this project a little bit at the last committee meeting, because there's some certain things that have that are kind of showing a need to be updated. We have certain degree pathways that are different. There's some questions about how integrated degrees are fun in state and out of state as time has gone on. In 2008, 9, 10, it was a lot more clear what's an in-state versus an out-of-state degree than now, where you have people going to school online, or universities that might have a campus here and but be headquartered in another state. So we get all kinds of questions that can make the licensing process and decisions about them pretty complex. So what we would like to do is have a very clear, streamlined set of education requirements that's not vague or overly complex, that's fairly simple, that's easy for everybody to understand. That helps the board, that helps our, when interpreting the law, that helps our licensee or potential licensees and schools when trying to understand the law. So that's kind of the goal for everyone. So you're going to see today, we have one attachment B, that you saw at the last meeting, that summarizes our 3 current out-of-state LMFT pathways to licensure. And then we have attachment A, which is really kind of the key focus of the discussion today, which is a very, very rough preliminary proposed outline of what a new LMFT education framework could potentially look like. That needs a lot of work, but it's kind of meant to get the discussion started. Before I get started, I also wanted to draw your attention to, because aside from the information from out of state and accreditation that Steve mentioned, we also had done a survey at our last meeting. We presented the results, where we had asked educators and student registrants about where additional emphasis might be needed in LMFT education. And so that include areas such as treatment planning and interventions, trauma-informed care, assessment, diagnosis, and prognosis, and substance use and co-occurring disorders. And that survey also asked students and educators about their readiness to serve diverse populations. And as you can see from the results that I've outlined in the memo, there is some shortfalls. 24 to 32% of LMFT educators felt students were fully prepared to serve LGBTQ ethnic or racial minority clients. There was some concern about being fully prepared to serve rural populations and rural communities. So the surveys we did were limited. We did not have a huge volume of response, but I would take the information as feedback and suggestions. And I've included the surveys as well. So it's just something else to keep in mind as we go through these discussions. All right, so now I'm going to talk about attachment A, which is the proposal. And so what it does is it consolidates all of the LMFT education requirements into one single section right now. Like I said, it's in outline form. It's only for discussion purposes. It's not a final proposal. It's just meant to initiate dialogue and collaboration between board, educators, and we hope other stakeholders. So there's some certain key features of the proposal. As written, it applies to all applicants regardless of where their degree was earned. So it does not rely on determining whether somebody is in state or out of state. So that's one thing. The integrated degree requirement, states that a qualifying degree must be a single 60-semester, 90-quarter graduate level integrated degree program from an accredited or approved school or a COAMT approved program, as that's what we require now. We have removed specific degree program titles. And part of the reason for that is if we're not going to look at in-state or out-of-state, it's going to be very hard to dictate across the country what MFT programs call their MFT master's programs. We kind of had all the California schools on board, probably won't be able to do that nationwide. So that was the reasoning behind that. So instead, we looked at some of the other states' characteristics, and what we've kind of drafted here is that the qualifying degree must be marriage and family therapy or a related mental health field. It incorporates specific principles through its curriculum and must contain 6 semester units of practicum with face-to-face counseling experience. So these particular requirements in that part are meant to represent the core structure of the degree that may not be remediated. The degree in its core has to have that feature. That's a deal breaker if it doesn't have it. Next, I kind of grouped the next set of required content is coursework that must be taken at a graduate level, and some remediation is required there. We're having kind of an issue, not so much with MFT, but particularly with LPCC, in that if somebody is missing a particular piece of coursework and it can't be remediated, then it basically throws out the whole degree. So like right now with LPCC, if you don't have assessment or diagnosis in your qualifying degree program, then your degree is out. So the question becomes, what are we comfortable with remediating, and what is absolutely must be contained in that graduate degree, and then delineating what's acceptable. So the way that it's drafted right now is each of the required content areas must be covered in the degree program, but the extent to which is covered is not specified. And then if the required unit thresholds are not met, deficiencies must be remediated through graduate level coursework. So I've included in that category things like assessment and diagnosis, human development, cultural diversity, law and ethics. We're going to have further discussion here to determine not only what topics fall under this and to clarify acceptable parameters for remediation. And we want to strike a thoughtful balance here because we want the degree to have the integrity that it's meant to be an MFT program, but we don't want to disqualify applicants due to a single missing course. So the question becomes, how do we strike that balance in a fair way? The next kind of grouping you'll see of coursework are what I call supplemental course areas, where we allow remediation as continuing education, just not undergraduate coursework. And these are typically hour, not semester requirements, and they tend to be applicable to all the license types. So courses such as child abuse, where we require 7 hours, substance use, aging and long-term care, suicide risk, telehealth. And what I'm kind of envisioning with these is we take a look at each one individually, determine whether the coursework needs to be updated, and then sort of put those in our general board provisions and require all of the license types, all 4 of them, with some exceptions for LEPs if it's not applicable. We apply the requirement basically to all 4 license types uniformly and let them remediate it via CE if needed. All right, so that's kind of this course structure. A few other notes, because right now we have sort of a different set of requirements for pre and post 2012 degrees. I didn't do that, but we put in a legacy provision that basically any degree begun before August 2012, it still has to have all the content and the unit amounts, but it can be a 48 unit degree with the practicum requirement that was in place that we were required at that time. So it's a little bit of a streamlined approach where basically all the coursework has to be there, but you can have a 48 unit degree and the old practicum requirement, because there's really nothing you can do if you already have that degree to go back in time and recomplete it. It should be noted that we removed the what is a current provision in law that allows all out-of-state degrees that come in with 48 units, they have to remediate up to 60, but we do let them remediate. We would no longer, if a degree was gained after 2012, we would no longer, and it was only 48 units, so all degrees, let's say, gained now that are only 48 units, they wouldn't qualify because they would not be able to remediate to 60. However, we now have a licensure pathway known as Path A that allows out-of-state applicants licensed for at least 2 years in another state to qualify without meeting all of our specific degree requirements. So if somebody's licensed in another state in good standing, Path A would still be available to them and they could still qualify via that pathway. Also want to make a note on course timing. The way that today's proposal is written, all courses that are required for licensure would need to be remediated before associate registration. Right now, we let people remediate things at different times. It gets really confusing for staff and licensees because the requirements aren't consistent across license types. So we're just, in order to preserve public protection, all coursework needs to be met before associate registration. I will say there's a little bit of a loophole there because we have what's called the 90-day rule, where basically if somebody applies for licensure within 90 days of graduating, they have basically, they can work until we grant their associate registration. So if we send them a deficiency for our coursework, they could still be working under the 90-day rule, but they're on a very limited 1-year clock to make up that coursework. I already talked about elimination of degree evaluation based on whether it's an in-state or out-of-state degree, and how that's become increasingly problematic. So want to talk about potential next steps. We, like I alluded to earlier, we recommend breaking future discussion items into small components to support thoughtful and collaborative refinement. So some of the potential areas that we're going to need to talk about, and I'm kind of envisioning a team of 2 to 3 subject matter experts to sort of help advise us, because staff, we're not really expert, we're not educators, so all of the specific what should an MFT practicum course look like, what components really need to be mentioned in there, what's not so relevant, what needs to be updated because, you know, that's not in line with the profession anymore. We really kind of need SMEs and educators to advise us on that. But that being said, some of the things that need to be looked at through more of a direct lens, qualifying degree content and practicum requirements. What does that look like? Graduate level remediation. What should be remediated through graduate level coursework? What does that coursework entail? What are the limits of remediation? What should the supplemental coursework requirements look like individually? So we'll need to individually look at child abuse, substance abuse, suicide prevention. Are those particular additional coursework items still relevant? Do they need to still be included? What should the content be? Does that need to be updated, or is it fine? And then once we kind of have all those things set, those standards set, another look, because it's really a delicate balance, isn't it? You know, we're talking about a one pathway to licensure. So is that attainable nationally? Are we going to be locking people out with a perfectly good degree? We want to make sure that we're maintaining high standards, but we want to take a look back at what we've done and make sure that, you know, we're not unintentional up any barriers or unintended consequences too. Pre-degree hours. This is another possible discussion area, and this could be included with this, or it could be included as a separate project, but examining as we go through this process, MFT trainees in practicum count pre-degree hours. So what are the supervision requirements and the requirements for the counting hours? Do those need to be revised in any way? And can we open that up to PCC trainees and social work interns? then also some other things that we'd like to potentially do. Does this kind of open the door to allow us to have sort of a provisional associate registration concept where we formalize the 90-day rule and kind of have a provisional associate number to bring those individuals under the jurisdiction of the board, so they're not just kind of out there as they're not really students under their school, but they're not really under the board yet. So can we address that with this? And finally, kind of all of this begs the question of, could we do some kind of formal approval of school programs so that that it helps sort of streamline, we recognize your degree formally. Right now, we have sort of an informal process, but it's not set by statute. I don't know that we would be able to require it because, again, we're accepting degrees from all over the country, but if a school wanted to have a formal approval, could we have a process for that? So that's another question. So lots and lots of questions, definitely interested in feedback and ongoing feedback. So I'll open it up now.
Thank you, Roseanne. Any initial questions or comments from board members?
No.
Seeing none. Any in-person comments?
Yes, we have one.
Hello again, Shanti Ezrin with CAMT, and I want to just thank Roseanne, you, and all of staff for your work on this and for providing this very helpful outline, because it really just makes the information a little bit more digestible and gives us a bit of a more clear direction on places to focus in on, because there is just a lot of information. And that kind of leads me to my next point, which is what we plan on doing next, which is sitting down, looking at each one of these components and diving deep into each one. We haven't had the time to do so yet, so I think everything that we've shared so far today kind of just hit on some of the initial concerns that we're seeing, but plan on coming to at least the next meeting or providing more of our thoughts via email between now and the next meeting. But one thing that would be really helpful, and maybe you've already hit on this earlier and I missed it, but a question would just be if it'd be possible to provide us like a general timeline for how you see the future discussion going with each one of these components and how you plan on either prioritizing certain ones of the 7 that we heard from you today, or if it's just going to be all 7 as like the major starting point in the next meeting. So hopefully that question makes sense. We just want to make sure we're looking at the ones with the highest priority first, or all of them at the same time, whatever you are envisioning. Thank you.
Yeah, I kind of wrote it in my memo toward the end. I kind of laid out kind of what I'm thinking of in terms of various steps we can break this into, but I'm kind of hoping to get some feedback from the committee today. Kind of my thought is that we would start with the qualifying degree content and practicum requirements maybe for the next meeting, maybe also graduate level remediation, and maybe sort of consult with some SMEs and get some feedback on that. But I kind of want to see where the discussion goes and what the committee and the public's thoughts are first before we definitely decide on that.
That's it for now.
Okay. Moderator, are there any comments online?
There certainly are. We're going to start with Leah Brew. Hold on just a moment, please. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Hi, Leah Brew, counselor educator. Let's see if I can do this in 3 minutes. I have 7 items. One is for the MFT, I just want to repeat, you add the KCREP MFT specialty to looking at programs if you decide to look at accreditation to approve the degree, even though there might be other areas they have to make up. And because you hint to the LPCC, I think that any of the areas within KCREP would be appropriate to also be an LPCC if they meet all of those standards. I want to give a little information about when we put assessment and diagnosis in the LPCC. It was because when we started the degree, there were people who had menus of classes and it wasn't a coherent program. And we wanted to make sure that the programs that were there were like actual, like full-time faculty who focus on training students rather than just a whole bunch of part-time faculty teaching their one course. So at this point, it feels like LPCC is well known in the state, and it would make sense that we continue to do that. They meet at least, is it 10 of the 13 post 2012 of the content areas. The second thing is, in terms of remediation, it looks like you removed the 12 hours of MFT content, and I kind of find that problematic in reviewing different programs. The BBS is very generous in reviewing what fits for MFT content, but when I came to the state, I noticed that and we were just an MFT program, it was before the LPC. A lot of the students were seeing kids and never had a course in working with children. And I think 12 units should be required, and having something like definitely a family systems course and couples and or child should be added as part of that content. And then to do it like the LPCC, where they have to meet X number of courses out of this total number of courses. No pre-degree hours. Oh, I don't think that pre-degree hours should be included for the LPCC because many of our students are from out of state, and they start their hours here, and even if they finish it, they can't get licensed in other states. And then finally, if you approve programs, you need to do regular audits, because
15 seconds.
when faculty change, sometimes people get lax in certain content areas like the recovery-oriented care. So more audits would be needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah.
And we're going to make a quick announcement like we were supposed to at the beginning. Now is the time to raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users, dial *3 to raise your hand. And we're going to continue with Elise. Hold on just a moment, please. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Perfect. Elise Springer, LMFT, Volunteer Policy and Advocacy Chair for Postpartum Support International, California. I do want to acknowledge the board's thoughtful work in modernizing LMFT education, and wanted to make sure to state, and as you are considering streamlining requirements, it's vital that we don't overlook a population at greatest risk for preventable deaths, which is new parents. Right now, our statutes require LMFT applicants to complete coursework in child development, human sexuality, and suicide prevention, yet none of these courses consistently mention perinatal or maternal mental health. So a clinician can become licensed to treat families without ever learning how to assess postpartum depression, intrusive thoughts, differentiate between postpartum bipolar disorder, postpartum psychosis, or the grief of pregnancy loss. And meanwhile, California data shows that pregnancy-associated suicide has doubled, rising from 2.3 deaths per 100,000 lives births to 4.1 in just a decade. And that is women only, as the state does not currently track new fathers who die by suicide. According to the California Pregnancy Associated Review Committees, 83% of those deaths occurred 6 weeks to 1 year postpartum, and 87% of those who died who had a diagnosable mental health condition. Most of these cases are treatable, 98% potentially preventable. So we train therapists to understand sexuality and child abuse, because these areas carry profound social and safety implications, but perinatal mental health deserves the same baseline recognition. There are 800,000 Californians becoming new parents, and many of them are falling through the cracks simply because their clinicians were never trained to recognize and don't even know that perinatal mental health is a thing. So they don't know to ask for an area that they don't understand exists. So including perinatal mental health training aligned with the Department of Healthcare Services Birth and Care Pathway and California Suicide Prevention Strategy would not overburden graduate programs. It would save lives and strengthen families, and would make our workforce safer and more competent. And thank you very much for the time and considering this essential addition. Thank you.
Thank you, Elise.
And next, we're going to hear from Ben Caldwell. Hold on just a moment, please. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Thank you, Ben Caldwell, MFT, and I apologize if there's background noise here coming through the microphone. Really appreciate the thoughtfulness of this discussion. I know that this is the beginning of the process, and there's going to be a lot along the way. I think it would be most helpful, probably to me and other stakeholders, in thinking about where to focus our energy and attention before the next meeting. If we could have some clarity about what that next meeting is going to entail. And Roseanne, I really like your framing of like, maybe for the next meeting, we could focus on just 1, 2, and 3 of the recommended next steps that you had talked about, because that gives us the opportunity to really focus in those key areas. But any direction you can give in that regard would be much appreciated. Thank you very much, and look forward to this ongoing conversation.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Dr. Betsy Perez. Hold on just a moment, please. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Hello again, Betsy Perez, counselor educator. I apologize for jumping ahead in my previous comment, but wanted to make sure that the comment did come within this item. And so just to repeat that, in terms of the school counseling track, licensure route under for LPC, the need is in recognizing the order of coursework and the need for flexibility in course sequencing, the impact on behavioral health workforce as more needs grow within the K-12 environment. Allowing approved coursework to be completed in a non-sequential order would decrease a barrier and permit fulfillment of LPC educational components independently from the PPS credential. These changes would maintain the integrity of the licensure process while improving accessibility, reducing delays, and expanding the workforce to meet urgent mental health needs across California. Thank you, and apologies again.
Thank you. And those are all of our online requests for comment.
All right, thank you. Again, another great set of feedback. There is a lot to do, but super excited that we have a lot of engaged folks along the way. Any comments or questions from board members? Dr. Walker.
Yeah, I echo what you just said. My heart is fluttering. I have the butterflies. This conversation has been so great today that I just want to personally thank our stakeholders online and in the boardroom. I appreciate you being here and being a part of this conversation very, 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 very much. So my question is to our board chair and staff, specifically Roseanne, I suppose. You've done a great job here breaking down this information. So I sincerely appreciate you taking the board and the committee members in this board's recommendations or suggestions to you. So I really, really wanted to note that. But looking forward, I guess I'm thinking of the flow of your work, Roseanne. Do you anticipating bringing back parts of this conversation, bits and pieces, at our future workshop committee meetings, or do you need more time in between to prepare? And I guess I'm thinking maybe not the next meeting, but the meeting after that. I'm just kind of curious to how your workflow is and what you're thinking.
Yeah, what I'm kind of thinking is that we kind of have a framework, and I need to put it in. It doesn't really look like drafting a law change yet, so I need to kind of put it in more of a format where it looks like striking out sections and writing a new one. So my thought is kind of doing that, and then what I kind of am envisioning, because I've kind of gotten this to a point where the framework is there, but some of the specific wording in terms of therapy concepts and what needs to go where. I would really like to consult with some subject matter experts. We have subject matter experts that we work with at the board on our exam development and things like that. So I kind of envision assembling like a team of 3 of them to sort of collaborate and advise on some of the really specific language. And then we can take the language back as a group and talk about it at these meetings and show our educators and really get feedback on that from them. So I was just kind of thinking, and what seems reasonable for the next meeting is I was thinking I could draft 4980.36 into more of a formal looking legislative proposal. It'll still be a very preliminary draft. And then having a few SMEs collaborate, maybe on the first 2 numberings on the last 2 pages of my memo. So the qualifying degree content and practicum requirements. What really makes a qualifying degree? What is that core coursework? How do we word that? What's the core? And then the graduate level remediation requirements. What graduate level coursework do we want to include? How much? What should be included in that? I think that's a pretty big chunk to bite off, and it's a start. We might not even finish it at the next meeting, but to attempt those 2, I think is reasonable. I don't want to go into the supplemental coursework requirements yet because that's kind of a whole can of worms. All of those courseworks, like child abuse, substance abuse, need to be looked at individually in terms of their content. So I'm kind of thinking that the first 2 would be a reasonable task.
Okay, yeah, we're going to help you with that. I guess more specifically, I'm asking, do you see us continuing to bring this item back at every meeting? Is this a living agenda item? Okay. If you will.
It would be
Okay.
hard because we need the feedback as we go along. We don't want to get too far off in going down one road and the committee wants to go a different way. So I think it's important to bring it back to every meeting.
Yes, so to me, it's not so much of the direction. We can see that, and we'll work together on that with everyone in the room, all the voices that we've heard today. I'm just thinking of the time that it takes for you to meet with SMEs, subject matter experts, and things like that. You may not have time to do what you, quote unquote, your goal is intended by the next discussion. So just giving yourself some flexibility there.
Yeah, no, I think that I have time to do that between now and January. The next meeting is January 15th.
I think
So yeah, there's time. We might run into a little bit more of an issue like in March, April when the legislature's in full swing, but right now the legislature's out, so I have enough time to do that.
All right. And I guess I should stay in my lane too, Madam Chair. You do a great job of putting this agenda together. I'm just looking at the bigger picture. That's all. Thank you for answering my questions.
No, your comments are well noted. Thank you, Dr. Walker. Eleanor, did you have anything?
I think I think just there's a bunch of different comments that are being made. So, how to integrate that as we continue to it's like discuss this and make sure that the different concerns are addressed. So
Okay. Great. And Roseanne, you don't need any particular actions from us, do you, on this?
No, so what you can expect for the next meeting is that I'll make the attachment A language look a little bit more like an actual section of law. And then we'll bring back some sort of a discussion and recommendations on under my recommended next steps, items 1 and 2.
Sounds great. Thank you. Okay. Looks like we're ready to move on to item 7, update regarding the Workforce Development Action Plan. And Steve, I think we're going to you here.
As you can see, we're really working on a lot of those items that I have on the plan. I don't know, maybe we could, I should have reviewed that, and maybe we can incorporate some of the additional educational stuff that we have talked about today into that plan, so we have it a little more comprehensive. I might include that, just thinking about that. So but the plan and the attachments there, it kind of, we just as a highlight is remembered, we moved some of those items over to the Outreach and Education Committee. So you may see some items that were missing. So, and any questions?
Looks great on my end. Dr.
Great on
Walker,
my end
Eleanor?
too. Yeah, great on my end too. Thanks, Steve.
Eleanor had disappeared off my screen, so we may have lost her. Did we lose her from the meeting?
Actually, we have lost quorum. She has informed us that she had to leave. So for the remainder of the meeting, it will change to informational only, except we will still hold public comment. We just won't have any discussions or action items from the committee. Thank you.
Okay, so we are probably on our last substantive item. So can we do public comment on this and then we can, are we still good to take public comment on item 7?
Yeah, we can still do that.
Okay.
There's, oh, she's back.
Sorry, it got disconnected. I closed a window I shouldn't have closed.
I just got your text, sorry. Yeah, there's none in-house, sorry.
Okay. Are there any comments from in-person attending? Oh, you just said none in-house. All right. My brain's starting to fall off on a Friday afternoon here. Are there any comments online?
All right. WebEx is open for public comment on agenda item 7. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few more seconds to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request, do you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you. And Eleanor, since you're back, before we leave item 7 on the workforce development plan, did you have any comments on that? I didn't want to miss you in case you had.
No, I'm sorry. I don't have it this time.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item 8, suggestions for future agenda items. Do any board members have any additional agenda items for a future meeting? Okay. Seeing none. Does anyone in the in-person audience have an agenda item for a future meeting?
No, none in-house.
Okay. Moderator, is there anyone online?
WebEx is open for public comment on agenda item 8. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a moment to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing request, you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you. Okay, moving on to item 9, public comment for items not on the agenda. As a reminder, the board may not discuss or take action on any matter raised during this comment section, except to decide whether to place the matter on the agenda of a future meeting. Do any board members have comments for items not on the agenda? Okay, seeing none. Do we have any in-person audience members with comments for items not on the agenda?
No, we do not.
Okay, and moderator, do we have any online audience members with comments for items not on the agenda?
All right, last call, agenda item 9. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few more seconds to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request, do you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you. Our next agenda item is adjournment. Thank you everyone for participating today. As a reminder, our next board meeting will be on November 20th and 21st in Sacramento. And we hope to see you all then. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a good weekend.
You too.
Thank you.